It's not here though. Deanna.
Can't do anything without them.
Jolene's here. I just don't know where. She's in the room. She has to push the on-air button. That's right. She got the most power in the village hall. You're all right. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting to order, a regular meeting of the village board on Monday, October 17th at or around 7 p.m. in the Germantown Village Hall boardroom and also can be accessed via WebEx. This meeting has been given public notice in accordance with sections 19.83 and 19.84 of the Wisconsin statutes in such form that will apprise the general public and news media of subject matter that is intended for consideration and action. Roll call shows all village board members present except for trustee Kaminsky, who is excused. At this time, I'll ask us all to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item is President's Report. Since we're getting a late start, I'll have nothing to report tonight. So we'll go on to the announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee and department reports, starting with committee chairs with trustee Rick Miller.
General Government and Finance will meet on November 21st, Monday, November 21st, 6 p.m. in this room.
Okay. Trustee Myers.
Mr. President, Public Safety will meet in this room on November 3rd at 6 p.m.
All right, thank you. And the next Public Works Committee?
November 1st at 6 p.m.
All right, thank you. Okay. Does anyone else have anything else for announcements of forthcoming events of public interest committee or department reports they'd like to bring forward? I do have one additional. There is a referendum listening session for this Thursday here at the Village Hall at 6 p.m. So anyone wishing to come and ask questions or find out information about the upcoming referendum for water and sewer services to Richfield, you're welcome to come this Thursday at 6 p.m. and listen to the presentation and also ask your questions. So please consider it if you haven't been here before or have questions in regards to the referendum. If there are no other announcements of forthcoming events of public interest, committee or department reports, we'll then go to citizen input and public appearance on items not subject to a public hearing. There are no public hearings on tonight's agenda. So anyone that was within our audience would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance, you're welcome to do so. All I would ask is you come to the podium and state your name. This one here, please. And state your name and your address for the record. Make sure we push the button so when the light's off, that means the microphone's on.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, Melanie.
My name is Linda Schauer, and I'm at 10121 Pawnee Court. I've been getting, I haven't been involved too much in what's been going on. And I know tonight is not the night you're going to discuss it, but I was told I would have the right to at least say my piece to have it brought up, okay? Everybody's getting this thing on this anti-crime referendum from Washington County. This to me is an absolute waste of money. In fact, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but all I heard here tonight is spend, spend, spend. I heard nothing about where can we cut expenses? Where can we do something to stop raising taxes? Because I'm the government, you're the government. Everything we do comes from what I've worked years for, and you too. And this is ridiculous. This here says this referendum is dangerous. Here's what I read, and I'm really upset, and you should bring it up to the public. They have $3,600,000. And then here's the worst part. Ongoing basis. Each fiscal year going forward. That means more money every year. Washington County wants to raise this tax structure to 9.67%. That's insane. We have 47% of the public can't even make their ends meet anymore because of what's going on with expenses. And this county, you people should cancel your board meeting and go up to Washington County's meeting and say, we're not part of this. We're not going to benefit from this increase at all. And all I heard tonight too is building a new police system. We don't need a new police department. Why do we need one? Every time I go there, it's empty. There's nothing in there. Nobody's doing anything. It's ridiculous. You know, I ran a big company before I retired, and if I were younger, I would really start fighting this garbage because I'm sick of it. It's a waste. You go into every community that's publicly paid for, they waste time. It's time and motion. These people aren't even doing their jobs. Who looks at what these people do and what they're getting paid? Nobody. And yet they come here and want money for this, millions for that. It's ridiculous. And so this anti-crime, and Governor Evers was on the radio today, and I'm a conservative, as you must have guessed, and I don't like the man, but he did say there is money in the government for anti-crime. Why don't we get a hold of him and get the money from them? We're not going to benefit that. Let's Washington County go get their money. And as far as the water referendum, why are we paying for all these small communities? Let them raise their citizens' taxes to pay for what they're getting from us. Why do we have to bolt the whole thing? That's crazy. I never heard of such a thing. Nobody's working to fight this at all. And I even called today. Nobody on any government paid thing knew about this. Why? And so I like this brought up at a meeting. If I were younger and I could walk better, I'd be out there helping. I just can't do it anymore. I lived in Tulsa for 44 years, and I was on the committee when they were fighting the cross on the emblem. If I were the mayor, I told them all to go pound sand. And it's ridiculous. We're fighting for the wrong stuff. And so I'm asking here tonight as the board, stop spending. Go to this meeting with them. Tell them you're not paying for it. There's got to be a law that prevents people from collecting taxes. I don't want somebody taking my money that I don't get nothing out of it. It's all for them. And it's got to stop. Somebody's got to stand up and have some guts and say no. And that's all I'm asking for tonight, to bring it up at a meeting. And they say, well, we can't do this because the government can't do this. I'm the government. We're the government. My money's paying for this. I do have a right to say no. And so do all of you. So I'm just trying to encourage you to I'm going to go to this meeting Wednesday for the Washington County Fair Park. I called here today to see if this meeting was that, and they said no. But I want to bring it up that this is insane to raise taxes. I'm paying $5,000 and some dollars on each property, and that means I'm going to have to pay $1,200. That's nuts. For what? For what? And it's just crazy. Nobody monitors these people who work. I watched things because that was my job for 35 years. And I had to watch employees. I had to watch paperwork. I had to do everything. And I saved my company a lot of money. And I had a very well-respected job. But please bring this up as a conversation. I want to be there. And this thing is coming on our referendum's coming up in November on the thing. And you know what this is telling people? They don't realize. I bet you nobody read this that got the statement that it's going to be an ongoing. Did you? It's going to be an ongoing increase. And they're voting for it. If that thing is voted yes, we're in trouble. And we got to fight this. So please do what you can to stop this from going on. And if I can do anything, I'll try. But this is crazy. So that's what I wanted to speak of. I think we need to, in every community, we need to cut back. There are things that are useless. And when I go around to different things, even when they repainted the white lines, who hired these people to do this job?
The county.
They didn't even get the lines straight. They don't even meet. This much is done. Did they save money by saving 10 inches of line? I don't know, but it's ridiculous. I never saw lines painted so crazy in my life. And what did we pay these people? And nobody knew it. And me, I question everything. So please do something to fight this if there's anything they can do. And if I can do it, I'll try to do what I can. And so that's all I wanted to say tonight. Please get it on the agenda and then somebody let me know when I can come back and speak and I'll have more facts.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right.
Thank you for coming forward. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance at this time?
Good evening, Melanie Smythe, N140W17938 Cedar Lane. In keeping with the referendum theme, regarding the referendum to extend sewer and water to Richfield, last week there was another special communications meeting. And actually, one of the requests that came out of the listening sessions was taken care of. So thank you for placing the IGA language on the referendum page on the website. However, the July 2021 Collier's hydrology report was not placed there. The reason given was that the report was too technical and might be misunderstood or misinterpreted, even though it is public information and should be readily available. Now that's insulting to tell people that they can't figure out something in a report. And I was actually kind of appalled that that was what was stated. And it made me curious about the report, so I reread it. And yes, there is technical data, but there are also 6 pages written in plain English. And the stated purpose of this report, which is here, is to determine if a dolomite well at this location is a viable alternate for the village. And this is in regards to should the well remain shallow rather than go deep, as this board originally approved it to do so. And in the recommendations, it said that while the wells of the 5 surrounding residences were affected by the drawdown or withdrawdown from the 71 hours of pumping, that it probably wouldn't, that it didn't impose any adverse effects on those wells. However, if well 12 is pumped significantly harder, that is, if more water is sold, and for longer periods of time in the future, especially in a drought year or cycle, greater drawdown in the residential wells than measured during this may occur. So that's basically the gist of this. It seems as if there's a reason that people don't want this report being out there. I think it should be, especially since it has been used by a number of people to make the assumption that there is enough water. This is one of the studies that has been cited in the literature that has been paid for, that Mueller has been putting together for the $60,000 that the village has spent. So what actually has been linked up on the referendum page is a presentation from last month's GGF, where the same hydrologist gave a presentation, which was pretty interesting. He provided 3 bits of interesting information, that Jackson's well is actually a better water source for a municipality due to its type and reliability in recharging itself. It's just the nature of that type of well. Germantown's water flows from the west deep down and comes from Richfield. So the irony is, if this goes forward, we'd be selling them back their water. Number 3, the hydrologist had not looked at Richfield's well monitoring reports, which show declining levels over many years. So that was something he was going to do. I don't know if he's done that, but if you look on Richfield's website, you'll see that their wells have been declining, and they do a good job of monitoring all of their wells. So in conclusion, and this is a slightly different subject, but to the people who have contacted me and tried to get me to be quiet about this issue, I'll just say, First Amendment, no, and the more you say things like that, the more I'm going to speak. So don't bother. Thanks.
Are you saying that members of this board have contacted you and told you to be quiet upon it?
I've had a member of the public,
Mhm.
and then there has been an instance where someone made an exclamation on email that is in this room. And I don't know what exactly. I ignored it because of the whole fact that of your, what you call it? Where, walking quorum. So
But-
I ignored it. But yeah,
But from your last comment, there is a member or members from this board that have asked you not to speak against the referendum for Richfield?
not in those specific words.
Okay.
I don't know what the intent was of the comment, but
Okay.
it could be taken in different ways.
Okay.
So I don't know.
All
And
right,
I'm
I just wanna-
pursuing it. I'm
I
not
just want to
pursuing
be
it.
clear, but you have had other members of the
Yes.
public reach out and
I
had
have.
asked the same. Okay.
Yes, I
All right.
have. And they were more direct. And that's fine, you know, come and speak your piece.
Right. You
This-
put yourself out there, you have to
Yeah,
expect
but-
replies, correct?
Yes, and I actually, that's one of the things I do appreciate about you, President Walter, is that you actually let people speak. And whether you agree with me or not, it doesn't really matter. But the point is that people should get to speak. So while we're on this subject, I'm going to ask you trustees, if a trustee asks for a motion to be passed and seconded, I think you're doing a disservice if someone doesn't second that motion, because the discussion should happen. If you guys aren't willing to have the discussion, you can vote any way you want after the discussion. The point is having the discussion.
But that is also some of the bylaws of Robert's rules, that all motions require a second in order to get to
Correct.
discussion. So it's not a vendetta or anything against the trustee. It's just
Right.
more or less openly acknowledge that the majority of board doesn't want to pursue that motion any further, so they won't see a second. But that's normal Robert's rules
Okay.
process.
Well, all I'm saying is from the position of someone in the audience, there should be the discussion.
Okay, I
I mean,
appreciate
I
that.
understand the Roberts rules and, well, I actually don't understand Roberts rules, but I understand a little smidge of it. But it is complicated, and in this day and age, I think there needs to be lots of discussion. There's so many things on the plate of this village. We just had a discussion about $44 million in general obligation bonds, which are going to come up again. That's a hell of a lot of money. On top of the possible taxation because of the referendum to do with the police, or sheriffs, I should say, in Washington County. I mean, there's a
fine.
lot.
Is that a
Anyway, I'll stop ranting.
finding
Thank you.
referendum? Okay. Thank you, Melanie. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance at this time?
Scott Heffley, W159 N10514 Old Farm Road. Admittedly hard to come up after the last two people spoke. I'll give it a shot. I think a disclaimer I'll make is that I don't just come up here and conjecture and make up things. My background is in finance. I have a finance degree. My concentration was risk management and insurance, so I do understand risk. I understand financial. I've been a fiduciary for 24 years. I do know numbers. And the numbers I see are starting to scare me. So let's talk about the DPW project. I went and reviewed the information presented to you. Initially, roughly 26 for the campus, 1.1 million developer incentive. I have my own feelings on that I've spoken about. 8.7 million for infrastructure and acquisition costs. Simple math would say that's about $35.6 million that you were asked to bond to get the project done, okay? Over 8% inflation, supply chain issues, material costs going up. This is the new reality, the new economy, okay? Your borrowing costs, according to Ehlers, have doubled in the last year. I know you know that. That will affect the debt service payments you're looking to have. The water utility, which hasn't turned a profit in years, you want them to pay 10% of the debt service costs, and they have not turned a profit in how many years? Okay? Sewer utility has a little money, they can cover the debt service. I'm just saying you guys better be careful, because you're borrowing now 44.6 million, not 35.6 million. Simple math said that's $9 million. This project is growing by leaps and bounds in spending. $9 million is 25.28% higher than 3 months ago. Okay? So I know you have financial people, but I'm a financial person telling you that that's becoming a concern. This project could easily go to 50 million and beyond if you find any problems inside the project. So I probably would hold off in an inflationary environment, in a recession basically that we're in, to start talking about, hey, let's hurry up and get the DPW done and let's rush and spend 40 million on the police department or 30 million or 20 million. You don't have the money. Let's take things one thing at a time. So we're also refunding debt that we issued at a lower interest rate before interest rates went up. I believe we had 3.25 notes that we're refinancing with 3.8 bonds. Is that correct? Somewhere around there? I'm sure the man can answer when you ask him to. If not, again, why are we taking notes and pushing everything out for legacy for 20 years? Okay, I did bring up the library situation where I'm telling, just because a cost can be capitalized, Steve, doesn't mean it should be. Just because it can, doesn't mean it should be, okay? There's always an excuse to do something, all right? I look at the library as an asset. We all know it is. But I also look at it as something that they should have money set aside, since we fund library operations, to pay for what this is, which is deferred maintenance. We need new condensers. We need new air conditioning. That is a cost we should know building a library 25 years ago, okay? People like me that work in the private sector, you have to put money aside for things. You just don't get to shuffle stuff around because corporations have to live on a fixed budget. Villages and states get to live off taxpayers. That's not a never-ending trough and 8% inflation. IT firewall proposal, that's fantastic. Talk about a great use of ARPA funds. Aaron went out getting you guys some help that we needed. We found out, you know, maybe too late on some of the things we wanted. That's the kind of things ARPA should be used for, not pet projects, not parking lot stuff that, hey, if come maybe, real things that people can see a benefit of. Because there is in the village, there's a lack, I think everybody up here knows this. A, they don't know what you do, and B, if they know what you do, they don't like it. So C, try to find any reason for them to say, hey, those guys are looking out for me. I'm just saying that from your perspective, okay? Like the lady up here said first, just stop spending. She doesn't like that, okay? So anything you can do to save the taxpayers' money, you should use that as an example to do so and put it out so everybody sees that, because it helps, right? So I like that IT. Thank you, Aaron. That was a great idea. Good use of ARPA funds, okay? Tyler Munis. You guys voted Tyler Munis to pay for them. When was that? February, Steve? February did we do Tyler Munis? Hey, it was February. $380,000 to get the software. You're going to pay 120 to 125 grand a year as a subscription fee, which you have to do, okay? Do we have any financial reporting on Tyler Munis right now as I stand before you? Do we have any? The answer is no. Okay. Why not 10 months later? Aren't we trying to get some entries over there? I see mid next year, maybe, that a financial reporting part of Tyler Munis is absolutely the most important part of the software for you to make good decisions going forward in regards to budgets. Right now, you're making budget decisions on 40-year-old COBOL-based software, and we're moving to cloud-based things, which everybody in the private sector uses. So kudos for moving in that direction. Why are we 10 months in and we don't even have utility billing done yet correctly? All right? 10 months in. Maybe 2 years in before we even have financial reporting. Hopefully in time for the next budget cycle. Certainly not in time for this one. We had a server crash and half the numbers are missing, right? So when are we seeing this? If we see full implementation 2 years from February of last year, February of 24, this board, this village would have spent $620,000 to finally have the kind of reporting that everybody can use. That's a lot of money. You guys talk about we have a tight budget. You're going to spend $620,000 and still bear it. And that by spending $620,000, then you'll finally have 40-year update to a cloud-based enterprise system, which everyone else has been on for decades. So 2 last quick things. 2021 surplus, regardless of whatever I've read, it is unaudited. If you have an unaudited surplus, In the private sector, you're not allowed to allocate it to departments and funds unless it's audited or reviewed by somebody, in our case, Baker Tilly. So if you put money in the areas that are unaudited, I don't have to tell you where that can end. You guys should know that. You all been on the board for a while. So I don't like that. And instead of putting 300,000 in your general fund, you could take care of next gen 911 for police and fire and throw them a bone. Just an idea. Final thing, the tree program. I know it's on the docket for tonight. We're spending $175,000 on either planting trees or maintenance on trees. I don't know which one. Okay?
Both.
Okay, so we're spending $175,000 on that. We have a $158,000 bill up there to fix lift station or pump station 6. Are we aware of that? Yes, we are. And we're borrowing 10-year bonds to fix the library for $205,000. Either one of those things should be used instead of using ARPA funds for tree maintenance and planting trees. It's talked about when most people budget outside of the public sector, critical, necessary, nice to have. I love trees, but planting a bunch of trees and trimming them, I'd rather fix the lift station. Thank you.
Does anyone else would like to come forward? Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward for citizen input or public appearance at this time? Hi, Ben.
Hello. Ben Hubrick, West 167, North 10840, Carrington Circle. I had two things that I wanted to say. The first one, I'm a little bit late, but I went to the Dinesville Oktoberfest and it was a very nice place. I loved the new pavilion that we had. I think it's brand new this year or last year? Last year, but this is the first time I've gone to it and seen it. And it was very, very nice. I enjoyed myself. A group of my friends went and it was a good time. And the second thing that I wanted to say was kind of had to do with the 2050 plan. I'll admit I haven't been to any of the meetings or whatever, but something that I want to have you guys think of going forward is with regards to multifamily housing. And the reason why I bring that up is because I myself, this is my last board meeting I'd be able to attend as a village resident because I'm moving to Jackson at the end of the month and into November because I'm moving into a newly built condo complex there. And it's not cheap. I think that people think that multifamily is going to bring in people who don't have money or XYZ reason. They don't like multifamily for whatever reason. And we can debate what type of multifamily and how dense and this, that, and the other thing, but it's not all bad. The people, when I went and bought my condo, it's a beautiful area right off of Highway 60 by the new municipal building that Jackson put up. Beautiful area, kids, families coming, going. It's wonderful. And it's a little bit disappointing to hear that we're not making the village more accessible for people who are younger like myself, who maybe don't want to buy a house on an acre of land, who want to, I'm single right now, so it's just nice to have some place that's kind of smaller that I can have, but I can still own and I don't have to worry about all of the maintenance that comes along with it. Because again, I'm one person. That's a lot to do when you work full time, and I'm a student until the end of the year when I graduate. But just think about it. Again, we can have these debates, but if we don't have these things, other places are going to build them. They're going to be getting these younger people. They're going to be getting more economic diversity that keeps communities thriving. You need to have all sorts of diversities to have a strong community, and the research will say that. So that's kind of my piece. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you for coming forward and congratulations on your purchase. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward for citizen input or public appearance at this time? Is there? No. Okay, so nobody is joining us via WebEx. All right, if there is no one else, we can then go to the next item on the agenda, which would be consent
Motion to
agenda.
approve A through E.
Motion made. Second. Motion made and seconded to approve consent agenda items A through E. Is there any discussion on that motion to approve?
Yes, I'd like to remove item C.
Item C. Is there any other discussion on the motion to approve? No further discussion? We'll do roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Baum?
Absent.
Okay. Trustee Hudson?
Aye.
Trustee Kaminsky is absent. Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
Trustee Peeper? Aye. President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, item C, trustee Peeper.
Motion to approve new business, or I'm sorry, consent agenda item C for discussion.
Okay, motion made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Peeper?
I agree with the public comment, absolutely. And this is what I was so frustrated with about last meeting, towards the end of last meeting. Just because we have the money doesn't mean we need to spend it. And spending all of this money on these trees, especially right now when we are faced with such huge expenses coming up, losing all of our data. We need new police officers, we need new firefighters, we need a new police station, all of these things going on. I think this is not what we should be spending this much money on right now. And I know the funds came from ARPA, is that correct? These are ARPA funds that
There
we're
are
using?
funds, that's correct.
Yeah, I think they can be, there's better use for them than planting trees. I think the trees, if we really do need them, they can wait another year.
What, some of the things that you mentioned that these funds could go towards for hiring fire or police,
No,
those
yeah,
are
I
things that
imagine-
are specifically said not to use ARPA funds for. So can you be more specific on where else you'd like to apply them?
I was not suggesting that we use them for new firefighters or police officers. I understand that ARPA funds cannot be used for that. I'm just saying the village is facing a whole lot of really expenses right now, and I don't think that this is where the ARPA funds should be going. I know ARPA funds can be used for technology purposes, can't it?
They can.
Maybe we should concentrate on our technology instead, so we don't have data loss and all the people, the expense that comes with overtime and having all of our village employees re-entering data.
Just so all that are new to the board understand, the tree planting project isn't just a this year only plan. It was actually a 3 to 5 year plan in replacing trees that were affected along our public right-of-ways and roadways and in our parks by emerald ash borer. So it was something that was spread over multiple years. And I think this is the third year.
Yeah, if you'd like, actually, I have some numbers. We currently have, as trees are removed due to storm damage or disease, vehicle damage, the village policy is to replace them as soon as possible. There's currently 957 basically vacant spaces that we're behind. And in our regular budget process, we fund about 60 to 70 trees per year. So this would, if it is approved, this would fund 550 trees to help us catch up.
Okay, just so everybody that's newer to the board understands that it's just not a wish that came about as part of this year's. It was covering part of a long-term plan that was spread out over several years. But it's worth the discussion and it can be brought forward for that as this motion does. Trustee Jan Miller, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I am, you could call me a tree hugger. I mean, I'm really, I'm all about nature. I'm all about keeping the wetlands. There is no question about it. But I do agree with Trustee Peeper on this. We have way too many missteps in IT. In addition to that, I'm on the library board. I don't see the sense of borrowing money for the library HVAC
when it should have been in the maintenance. It may be a new model. What model furnace do you buy that was available 10 years that's available now? It doesn't exist, or parts. So yes, you could say it's a new piece of equipment. It is, but it is something that's very necessary. And if it doesn't come in June, men, women, and children will be sweating on their books in the library. That's all I can tell you. So I would say that putting that money toward the HVAC or IT would be highly appropriate at this time.
Further discussion? Trustee Baum.
I will support those previous comments. When I drive through the village, I don't really recognize that, oh, we're missing a tree here, we're missing a tree here, we're missing a tree here. If generally what it says here, we're doing 61 trees a year planted. Now we want to do 550 out of 957 that are needed. I'm not seeing a big vacancy in my world as I drive around. So because of that, I would say let's take the money and use it elsewhere. Not sure the library is the right place right now, but I won't support using ARPA funds to plant trees this year.
Further discussion? Trustee Myers.
I think to be honest with you, the trees are being replaced in the parks as a continuation. Originally, they were done along Mequon and Pilgrim. Now they're being done in the parks. Maybe you don't see it.
Mr. Scott's not here to talk to that, but I think you're correct that majority of them are more designated towards the replacement in parks. I don't know if Schoenlofen is taking the 900 of the trees because of the ash death that is in that park, but it's possible. But you may be correct in that statement, Trustee Myers. Trustee Hudson.
So we're about 9 years behind in planting trees. And we're making an effort in catching up. And it sounds to me like we're not going to do that. This village board spent what, $750,000 extra dollars paving roads. How much of the ARPA funds did our Park and Rec department get?
If I recall, I think there was a smaller amount, 30,000, I believe it was allocated specifically to parks.
And how much did we allocate for appearance things around the village?
The bulk of the funds were, as you mentioned, for roads, facilities, information technology did receive a significant chunk. There was not, I believe this may have been the only portion that was allocated towards appearance type items.
You know, and I understand that you don't miss a tree, right? But if we keep postponing this and we keep not doing this, the village is going to continue to deteriorate in our appearance. How much longer do we want to sacrifice just the basic appearance of our village? Because that's what we're doing here. If this is the decision we're going to make.
Further discussion? Trustee Pieper.
Initially, the trees that were put along Pilgrim Road, the original ones, I know a lot of them were ash trees and had to be taken down. Weren't those donated, and the ones along Division Road to the village from Wendland Nursery?
I think some were donated, but I don't think the entire amount was. Again, it's Scott, unless Larry has any information about that, but Scott's usually the most closest to that, so he would have
Okay.
better
Well,
information.
If my mind serves me right, I do believe that the majority of those trees were donated to the village from local nurseries. I know that there are lots of troops of Boy Scouts, lots of troops of Girl Scouts. There are lots of seniors at our high school that need to do volunteer work. There are community groups around here that like to do volunteer work. There are churches that like to do volunteer work. I myself grow seedlings. My brother is a tree farmer up north, and he literally just registered to contract with the government to plant, I think it's like 30,000 trees or something.
Ash trees?
No, not ash trees. Nope.
Just kidding.
But I'm just saying there are a lot of other avenues that I think the village could take. I grow seedlings myself. I grew an apple tree from a seed. I'll grow trees. I'll grow them for a couple years and I'll plant them in the village too. I love trees. I think there's other avenues we can take other than spending this money right now. I think we need to tighten our belt tremendously.
Further discussion. Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, I tend to agree with trustee Hudson, and I think we're in the minority, Phil, but, first off, it says in the narrative that trees will again be planted along roadways, around village buildings and in the park system, but this project will focus on replanting in front of residential areas where streets have been removed. Street trees have been removed for various reasons. So these are trees, mostly ash trees that have been taken down or hit by vehicles and damaged. And these aren't seedlings, these are larger trees. There's a guarantee on them. I forget what it was, at least a 1-year warranty, maybe longer. I can't quite remember. But, you know, $250,000 was allocated and it came into 175 for 550 trees, and that's planted. So I tend to agree, Phil, you know, let's get some beautification with some of this money. You know, we could have taken the cheap way out on Mequon Road here with the lighting, but we decided to go a little bit nicer because that's the center of the village and make it look a little nicer. And I think we made the right decision. And with this, I believe we're making the right decision as well.
Okay. Further discussion. Trustee Pieper, some of the comments that you made in regards to volunteerism and the need for maybe having community support, whether through community groups, companies, or civics groups, is that something that would fall into the line of your Economic Development Committee that you could pursue and perhaps look at as avenues of alternatives?
I'd love to.
Okay.
I'll put it on the agenda.
All right. Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Right now, the motion is to approve because that is how it is on the agenda. Any further discussion? Trustee Baum?
Yeah, for those who are opposed to the $175,000 for 550 trees, is there a potential smaller amount of trees, a smaller dollar value that will get you to approve some new trees?
Well,
What is the number of trees we do on an average year?
60, you said?
61 trees were planted this,
As part of the regular budget, yeah.
yes. Do we have that in the budget for this year? Is that on the, I don't remember what's on the agenda for this budget for trees.
It does vary somewhat. We've budgeted the same dollar amount for our tree contract. Typically, then it is split between maintenance and actually planting. So depending upon how many removals that are required, we plant more in years where there's fewer removals. You know, but I think the average range the last few years has been in that 60 to 70 range.
So the current budget that we are currently going through is going to show me another 60 trees being planted
Probably about that.
this coming year. And that's included in the budget, and we wouldn't have to spend this $175,000. So we are getting some trees this year.
That's correct.
This is just
This was a catch-up.
well above and beyond. Okay, that's all I had.
Okay. Further discussion. Trustee Chan Miller?
So what is the dollar amount for the budget, the tree budget currently?
I think our budget
Yeah.
manager is going to be able to answer that question.
All right.
There's $100,000 allocated for the, I'm going to butcher the contract name, the Watchel contract, which is
Wachtell.
Wachtell, yeah.
Wachtell, thank you.
You're welcome.
Which is what they use for tree planting and tree maintenance.
Okay.
$100,000 for how many trees?
It's not all trees.
It's
Yeah,
maintenance.
it's
so
maintenance.
You probably get 60 out of there,
That's trimming,
right?
disease control, and then replanting.
So 60 trees we're still anticipating. Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Do a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Peeper,
No.
trustee Hudson,
Aye.
trustee Baum,
Nay?
trustee Jan Miller,
Nate?
trustee Rick Miller,
Aye.
trustee Myers, trustee Knight Rider,
No.
President Walter.
Nay. Motion fails. So then, in a future meeting or maybe in the budget meeting, we have to look to where we want to redesignate the 175,650. Now, some of the discussion that we've had previously has been a maintenance program for the library, which we do have within our budget. I can tell you, for as long as I've been on the board, the heating and cooling system in that library has always been troublesome and expensive. For whatever reason, whether it was poorly designed when the library was put in, or because it's most of it goes into the ceiling. In fairness, and fans help to try to minimize that, but in fairness, it is a very high ceiling, and a lot of it is lost through that. So, we are looking to try to offset some of that cost initially, and for borrowing, it may not always be the best way to pursue it, but there is also additional funds that the library has that they could give a portion to help cover that as well. Don't shake your head to have it. There is funds available, but it's pre-designated currently for call it additional construction to the library. So, it's not that those funds haven't been planned for and designed for future maintenance, and it could be considered maintenance when you put in a second story. Some of that at this time in a tight environment and in a high inflation environment may need to be relooked at and redesignated. And I didn't say all of it, but maybe some of it. It's just a possibility. But I guess the point of it is those plans are there. There are funds available. It's just where they're currently designated to. And right now, those funds have been designated towards that second story solely for a while. But it's there and available. All right. So that takes care of all items under consent agenda. We go to unfinished business, which there is none.
Point of information.
Yes, sir. Trustee Myers.
Going to say, a lot of that money has come from the county for the purpose of putting that addition in, so that the reproportion, the money to something else other than that can't be done. What percentage? I don't know. Matthew or Steve could talk about
Money's
that.
coming up a lot tonight. Not always in my favor.
That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Trustee Myers. Trustee Hudson.
I've actually bothered to sit down and read the agreement. And I've also asked for clarification multiple times from the administrator and from the attorney as to what that money is actually set aside for. It does not say addition. That is not what it says. It is in plain English. Read the agreement. I'm going to ask again for the second or third or fourth time. Can we get an opinion on that, please, as to what we can spend the money on?
If I could just ask for clarification, do you want a formal village attorney opinion on this? Because I would say my reading of the agreement is the same as yours, that it can be used for building purposes, and it has been used in the past. For example, the 50% of the cost of the roof from the library was paid for out of the library building fund.
So we have some people saying that it's set aside for the addition. We have some people saying it's set aside for maintenance. I'm not an attorney. I didn't sign the agreement. Can we use the money or can we not use the money? I don't care. I just want to know.
Could you look at that, Brian, and give us an official village attorney's
Yeah, I certainly can.
comment on that? I'd appreciate it. And so trustee Hudson. Trustee Jan Miller, gotta be careful. This is not an agenda item.
Perhaps we can talk about it at the committee of the whole. I believe the library is on the agenda. Does that
Perfect.
make sense?
Yes, that's a good idea. Thank you, trustee Miller.
You're welcome.
All right, that then takes us to new business since we have no public hearing. So we start with new business item A, which is Historical Society, request of a German flag to be displayed at Dinesville Fest Hall.
Motion to approve.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Yep.
Discussion.
You can. We have the Park and Rec Director, Gil. Give us some more information on this. Make sure that microphone's on. Light means off. It screws up.
All right. Yes, I was approached by Jim Dix, who's the president of the Historical Society. And I believe after Oktoberfest, some of the comments he got were requests to have a German flag flown inside the fest hall itself. And so Jim took it upon himself to speak to several veterans and VFW folks and ask their opinion on that. And the opinion was that the German flag is fine. It would not offend anyone because of German heritage and Oktoberfest, big German program here in the village. There was no objection. However, the veterans did have two requests, if this was approved, to follow proper protocol of any American flag that's flown. One, that the flag be smaller than the American flag, and two, that the flag be flown lower than the American flag.
The idea is to put it inside in the rafters and not on a pole?
That is correct. And also to let you know that the VFW or the veterans would look for such a flag that they would feel comfortable with, and that the Historical Society would pay for the cost.
Okay. Further discussion? They don't have anybody complaining because most of the World War II veterans aren't around anymore. But Trustee Hudson.
My grandfather actually fought in Europe during World War II. He has since passed. I cannot vote for this in his honor.
Understood. Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in, I'm sorry? Yes? Yes?
You gotta go up.
Chris, as a resident, I can take your comment as a resident, but we're in discussion on the village board. Okay. Since know where you're coming from, and is it more in regards to the VFW? As a resident? Go ahead.
I would just encourage you to do a thorough research of flag etiquette before hanging the flag. I personally don't have a problem with it, understanding the history of this village, what the Historical Society and Oktoberfest means to this village. I would just say, so we don't make any mistakes, that a thorough research of flag etiquette's done to ensure that everything's followed before hanging the flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Next item under new business is item B, Capstone Development Company, agent for CQWI 2021 LLC, property owner located at North 128 West 20955 Holy Hill Road, two-lot certified survey map application.
Make a motion to approve. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Next item under new business is item C, Resolution 30-2022, resolution to amend the public grant policy, program policy.
Motion to approve new business C.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Came through GGF tonight?
Yes.
That it did, and it's a subtle change. I think I would like Administrator Krecklow to talk about it.
Or the village attorney.
Or the
Sure,
attorney.
I'll take care. So the board will remember the last handful of years, we've always struggled with the request annually from the VFW with respect to their Christmas tree sales. In short, the code or the policy required that no zoning application fees could be used as part of the grant program because of the nature of the temporary use and the rest of the policy being nonprofit and things that that help the community in the interest of assisting them with potentially recouping that cost so that they actually make money on their sale. We made the change at their request, and so that's the only change in the policy.
Trustee Jan Miller.
I noticed in the policy, it may or may not be a correction, but it does state Independence Day. We changed the name to Celebrate Germantown, WI?
That was not a change that was made. That's just a recognition of one of the areas that we potentially could spend funds for would be that. It doesn't name Independence Day as a specific organization, as I recall.
As an example.
It's just it's
an example of the event, not the organization.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further discussion? No further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next item is new business item D, Resolution 31-2022, initial resolution authorizing general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $205,000 for the library HVAC upgrades. Give us some more background information on this new business item. We'll turn our meeting over to the Ehlers representative, Phil Cossin. Phil.
Thank you. Phil Cossin with Ehlers. I've been in front of the GGF committee a few times on this topic. I think we've narrowed down kind of the approach to the upcoming financing related to the DPW building primarily, but I'll talk through those numbers on this. In your packet, you have a couple of documents. One is the pre-sale report. That pre-sale report is really the document we use that outlines all aspects of the upcoming bond sale. In addition to that, you have 4 resolutions. I'll talk about each of those resolutions in a little bit that are prepared by your bond attorney, Tom Griggs, and has been provided to Deanna for information or for inclusion in your packet as well. As part of our analysis on this, we've been asked to prepare a variety of options, and the options really center around the financing of this project. And since it's a large project, has some financial implications, we ran through a variety of options, and I'll talk about it a little bit. I'll go through a quick summary of each of those options as I go through this. I put together this kind of quick PowerPoint to help kind of lay out the actual actions and the pre-sale report information so that you didn't have to walk through the pre-sale report itself. First comment, remind me to put this in larger font next time. I'm getting old, I can't see that far. So what we were asked to really do as part of in our working with staff and with the committee was to do a multi-year capital plan. It ran from 22 to 28. So we weren't just looking at the DPW building, we're looking at your capital needs over the next 6 or 7 years. Annual capital borrowing we use at $3.5 million. That's historically what the village has borrowed for general capital projects on an annual basis. So in this plan, we show an annual borrowing in 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we've added that to this. We've also been asked to include these 2 legacy projects that are identified, the DPW building to be financed now and through 23. And then we also identified a police facility in the financing plan. And the year that we show it is in 2025. So we ran through a variety of options with and without the police facility at the request of the village. So that has been included in this. We always go through and make some key assumptions because they really do affect the impact of a large capital borrowing. So one of them is what's going to happen with growth factors in the community and where do you go each year. So we've looked back the last 5 years, and what we've done is we've taken what's happened historically and we've reduced what's happened historically. So 5-year historical construction growth that you have seen, we've reduced by 1/3. And 5-year economic change, just the value of property, what's been occurring over the last 5 years, we've reduced by 1/2 of what you've seen. So what we're using is that just under 3%, 2.99%. In here also, we have shown the closure of TID number 8 in 2030. It's a large district. It's going to have $125-30 million of value. So we show that closing because that does have a financial impact to the village, a positive impact when that closes. When we started working on this probably a couple months ago or longer, we were using very conservative interest rates that aren't as conservative anymore because I think everybody's aware of what's happening with the interest rate environment. Yet we do show an increasing each year, rates increasing to be a little bit conservative. We always, for all your annual projects, we finance it over 10 years. That's been your past practice. And then 20 years for these legacy projects that were identified, again, the DPW building and the police facility. Some of the other assumptions here that we have identified, the bond issue is, I'll talk about this in a little more detail, is $44,630,000. And that makes up is a little over $40 million for the cost of the DPW building and related utilities. And that also does refinance that short-term note anticipation note that was issued earlier this year. The intent of that note was like a construction loan. It was only for 2 years. Yes, it was at 3.5%. We're going to borrow money at a higher rate, but over a 20-year period. As part of that DPW building, what we've been asked to use is that the water utility pay 10% of the debt service on the building and the sewer utility 12% because they'll be using that facility as well. And so a portion of the debt service payments annually will be paid by the water and sewer utility. In addition to that, we have $3,793,505 in TID 9 costs. A lot of that is the public infrastructure coming down that will serve both the DPW and TID 9 area. And then finally, again, a portion of that was in the NAN as well. And then finally, included in here is $202,000 for the library HVAC costs. And I do note that we are financing that over 10 years, not 20 years like the rest of the financing. So that amortization of that asset has been shortened up, but that's also a separate resolution. They're broken up this way because by statute they have, and when you issue bonds, you have to break it up by purpose. So DPW is a purpose, the library is a purpose, as is the TIF. Those are all separate purposes, and the funds have to be used for those purposes. And you'll see the corresponding resolutions when we get to that in a little bit are broken up that way as well. 20-year bond issue, in our planning runs, we're using is 5%. At this point, we had a number of sales for City of Stevens Point today. Given what we saw today, now again, it's a month out, we think we would be better than the 5% at this point, but things can certainly change as we have seen of recent. As I said, we prepared 5 options, and we were really focused on 3 different things when it came to the 5 options. One was how the debt was structured. So you can structure debt a lot of different ways and have different impacts. One, you can do level principal and interest payments where you are amortizing the debt equally over 20 years. A second is what we call kind of back-end loading the debt, meaning you're pushing some of the principal in the later years. And the theory behind that is you pay larger principal payments in the later years, and the folks that move into the community in 5-10 years are picking up a bigger piece of that tax bill for that building. It does add some interest costs because you're pushing principal in the later years, but it has a positive impact in the early years, and so you don't have quite the tax impact in those first couple of years. We also looked at, besides debt structure, we did run a scenario or 2 without the police facility being included in this modeling. Obviously, that has a significant impact because that's $20 million that's been plugged in here as well. But we did run models that did not include the police facility as well. The other 2 equations that we looked at is that the city or the village has roughly about $3.5 million that have been allocated for potential projects in the future, meaning you have fund balance that is well above your fund balance policy that can be used for various projects. One of the thoughts here was you could use that fund balance to affect the impact, again, of this borrowing by either reducing the project cost, by applying it directly to the debt levy once the debt has been issued to affect the amount you actually levy. And then the third that we had talked about kind of came up last minute, not this time Matt, but a couple of weeks ago, was since you borrow roughly $3.5 million in any calendar year, why not just apply it to 1 year's projects and not borrow money in a year? So that was another scenario we ran, which is in our estimation, working with staff, probably the preferred option, eliminating a borrowing completely in 2023. So we do have the 4 options that remain. There isn't an option 2 because the costs by the committee were viewed to be too high, the principal and interest. That's where we push some of the principal in the later years. We eliminated that because we didn't think it made sense financially for the village. So option 1, I'm not going to go through each one of these in a lot of detail, but we identify as the total principal and interest of existing debt plus future debt, given all the capital projects we've identified. And we also identified what the tax rate for debt would increase to and what that means to a homeowner of an average home of $350,000. So we tried to quantify it in a way that's understandable so you understand what the true impact is of undertaking the borrowing. Again, we ran through option 1, 3, 4, and 5 with the committee and with staff. And again, what we've kind of targeted is option 5, which essentially, again, as indicated, is primarily level principal and interest, meaning reduce the amount of interest costs over the life of the issues, being a little more aggressive in the payback, and eliminating the 2023 capital borrowing that you would normally do. So that's kind of where we settled when we went through all the analysis. I understand that these numbers are very hard to read. What we're also attempting to do here we did a separate analysis for each one of these scenarios, is to, again, clearly quantify what the tax impact is of doing these capital borrowings. And again, 20 through to 28, including the police facility. And I really focused in and kind of highlighted in that aqua blue color, the real impact years, which are really the next 6 to 7 years, to show what that impact is. What we're trying to accomplish is that we have a level debt service levy or a level debt service, and we kind of peak out and then we level off before we start dropping off again. Because in 29, 30, 31, going forward, you'll have other capital projects you'll need to undertake. So we need to be able to demonstrate that there's going to be a drop off in those years to be able to absorb future capital projects as well. But again, we went through this analysis with the committee and kind of focused in on this option 5, which again didn't include a borrowing in 23 for capital. We also did a side-by-side comparison. I know there's a ton of numbers on here and they're hard to read. I do have some hard copies also for you if you would like those. But this again, focus on each of those options, on each of the areas that I had talked about: total principal and interest, the impact to the levy, debt service levy, on a tax rate basis, and on an average home price, so that you can get a feel for each of these options that have been identified. So all of this was the attempt to kind of get to today, which really starts the process for the borrowing. I know the village has been incurring costs on this facility already. And so, yes, you had a question? Yes, absolutely. Yep. You're welcome. So again, tonight what we're looking for is really authorization to proceed with the financing. Again, there's 4 separate resolutions that you have in your packet. The 4 resolutions are again identified by purpose. So you'll see the first resolution is the resolution for the HVAC for the library. The second resolution is for the DPW building. The third resolution is for the TID 9 projects. And then the fourth resolution really just says, yes, we give you authorization to combine all these as one debt issue and to proceed with the financing. The timing, again, we've laid out here for the process. Again, tonight, if you give us authorization, that starts the process of us preparing an official statement, like a prospectus on the village. We have a rating call tentatively scheduled for Moody's Investor Service, and that's scheduled for November 1st. We would take bids on the issue on November 17th. We compile that information, provide you with the written summary of who all bid, what the final rates were, what the tax impact is, and submit that to you. And then the closing and the funds would be wired to the village on December 1st. We are proposing, again, a parameter sale, which gives us flexibility to hold the sale on a non-meeting night, a Wednesday or Thursday, when the market is a little less active, and we think you'll garner more bids. And then, again, the parameters also gives us flexibility that if we have to pull a sale for any reason, any kind of market interruption, we certainly can do that at that time as well. So I know that's a lot of information relatively quickly, but we have been here 3 times, I think, talking through different options with the committee. And I think we, working again with staff, came to the conclusion, for all the reasons I gave, flexibility, total principal and interest being a little bit less, and tax impact, our goal was to kind of meet all of those and that option that we're showing on this screen right here is the preferred option.
You go back to the one that shows them all. And option 4 pulls the police department out.
Option number 4 pulls the police department out, yes. It would really be structured very similar to the preferred option. We just removed the $20 million borrowing for the police department.
That's why that number at the bottom is so much less.
Yeah, you'll see one, the principal and interest for all of this debt is greatly reduced, one, and the tax impact is greatly reduced as well. I mean, you're not borrowing $20 million, so the impact to the average homeowner and to the debt levy is considerably less.
Trustee Hudson.
How did we assign 10% to the water utility and 12% to the sewer utility? How were those numbers derived?
Those were based on calculations that Grafe prepared, looking at the equipment. They, when designing the building, they had looked at each individual piece of equipment operated by each one of the units within DPW and how much space that equipment would require. And they used that information to calculate those allocations.
So square footage used in the new building? Is that
Yeah, it's looking at like, and we used equipment instead of employees because the bulk of the building is dedicated to equipment. So the square footage requirements for the equipment for each one of the different units.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Myers.
Motion to approve new business D, resolution 31-2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Rick Miller.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to vote against this now because all of a sudden we have ARPA funds that have become available. But this resolution doesn't allow me, right, to make an amendment on where to do it, nor do I think the board is ready to make that decision on where we're going to pay for this. So can we do that at the committee of the whole on Wednesday?
That's part of the budget discussion?
Part of the budget? Library is up.
Typically, you wouldn't do it at a committee of the whole. You could schedule a special village board meeting to take place after the conclusion of the committee of the whole, where you could potentially take that action, if that was the desire.
If I could just add, I don't think the timing of that decision is that time sensitive. I think it could wait till the next village board meeting.
Okay.
The board gave the building staff authorization to go forward with the acquisition, but we won't be paying anything on the HVAC system until.
It's just a matter of how we're going to fund it.
Well, this could be tabled or postponed.
Well, we need action on this
Action
resolution.
on this to.
But if you reject this, you would not have to replace it tonight or next week. It could wait until the next village board meeting.
So, all right. Maybe I'm slow. It's Monday. So what you're saying is if we voted this down,
it just wouldn't be part of the borrowing.
It just wouldn't be part of the borrowing. If we voted to approve it, it could be removed as well, based on where the funding could come from other sources?
No, if you approve this, then the borrowing will go forward and we'll pay for the HVAC improvements out of the bond issuance. If you reject it, the bond issuance will not go forward, and we'll come back to the village board at the next meeting with other alternatives of where you could pay for it.
So the bond issue for the 205,000. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
And then resolution 34-2022 would have to be adjusted.
yeah, that would end up being 44,425,000 instead of the 44,630,000.
Okay.
When is your next village board meeting?
November 3rd.
That's not good.
We would, yeah, it'd be good to have, we'll need to know before that. So if it's going to be removed, that's fine. We'll just adjust without that, but
We don't know yet.
policy decision.
We'll see what the vote drives. Further discussion, trustee Jan Miller.
My question is, to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a plan, a architectural plan for a police department. And it's slated for 2025. Am I correct?
That's correct. There was there was one study done about 2 years ago. It was pre-COVID, where there was some initial analysis done, but there is no architectural plan at this point. And this borrowing, that information was included in the long-term projections to show the board what the impact would be if both projects are done. But there's nothing in here that would approve the police department project.
Or put money toward
Or
it.
put money toward it.
Yeah, what you're acting on tonight is purely TID 9 and DPW building and potentially the library, and that's it.
Right.
We're just asked to model out to show the impact of future capital borrowings.
So you could see how it would affect the levy and what it would do to
Doesn't
each of the
approve it.
individual taxes based on a $350,000.
So nothing in D, E, or F, or G has monies included for the police department?
That's correct.
Okay. Then, just so I'm clear, G, God bless you. G is inclusive of D, E, and F.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
It puts it under one umbrella.
Mhm. And TID 9 is merely the infrastructure?
Primarily, yes.
Further discussion on the motion to approve Resolution 31-2022.
And,
You still have the floor, trustee Miller. I'm sorry.
okay. And I'm just jumping to E.
Can't go to
I
E.
mean, I'm sorry.
We have to stay with D until we vote on it.
So D is included in that. Okay. Then I can't go on to E. All right.
Further discussion
Done.
on the motion to approve new business item D. No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Nay.
Trustee Baum?
Nay.
Trustee Hudson?
Nay.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
Nay.
Trustee Peeper?
Nay.
President Walter?
Nay.
Fails.
Okay. Next item is new business item E, Resolution 32-2022, initial resolution authorizing general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $40,575,000 for the Department of Public Works building construction.
Motion to approve new business E, Resolution 32, 2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Baum.
Yeah, I have been concerned about this pricing since this project started. Everything I'm seeing in the industry is just continuing to escalate. I do have reservations about approving something. The contrary to that is everybody I have talked to has talked about, yes, let's go ahead with the financing, but in 2 years, we believe the economy is going to improve and we're going to refinance at a lower rate. Is this a refinanceable debt when the rates improve?
Yeah, it will be, but not in 2 years. On a 20-year issue,
18 years.
we would be looking to be able to refinance in 9 years, at any time after 9 years.
9
And
years.
that is pretty standard for the market on a bond issue. And, you know, it's a little bit of art and a little bit of science here, but if you're a bond purchaser, you want some security that you're going to be able to hold the bond for a period of time. And a municipality would love the opportunity to refinance it at any time. We could probably push the call date to 8 years. That would be really pushing it. 9 to 10 years is pretty customary on a 20-year bond.
Okay, then Larry and Steve, do we have a locked-in guaranteed, this is $40 million, no ifs, ands, or buts about it? Or is there a potential that it's going to escalate in price?
I mean, there's always the potential that projects can escalate in price. I would say that everything has been, we're as far along in the design and the estimates as any project that I've ever been involved with at this point, and borrowing at this point, to the point where we have accepted bids for, the first bid package that came before the village board at the last meeting. So those are locked in. The second round of bid documents is due to go out later this week. The numbers were pretty close for the first round. The second round of bid documents goes out later this week, and if those are as close as the first round was last month, then I think these numbers are going to be pretty solid. Now, we've also included a 10% contingency. We've tried to incorporate, as many unforeseen circumstances as we possibly can. So, I don't think anybody, and if Larry wants to guarantee the numbers and come up here and do that, I'm sure he'd be on his way already. But I don't think anybody can guarantee any project numbers, but these are as solid as we can have them at this point in the process.
Are you working towards getting the contractor to do a guaranteed maximum price? When are we locking the contractor into a final?
Question the village attorney can probably address better than I can.
Because of the way we're handling the construction, in the sense that we have a project manager and then we're bidding component parts, he won't lock in that guaranteed price until we get all the bid prices in, because he's just not able to control it. He's not like a general who's going to his subs and coming up with a number and giving it to us. He's relying on the market. So we don't have that, but I do generally agree with Steve that this is, from a design perspective and what we're looking at, pretty locked in, and obviously you never know, but I would anticipate that the numbers we'll get as part of this next bid package will go a pretty long way of telling us if we're on the right track or not.
At some point, sounds like at some point you will lock in a number with the contractor after he gets all of his bids.
Correct.
When's the time frame on that? What are we talking?
Do you remember the?
Well, if I can interject, there are some items of construction materials that you won't lock in until they ship the order. Steel, for instance, that can be a variable price. They can quote us today, but the contracts and their proposals are written that they have the right to adjust the price going forward. And that's pretty common nowadays. So you place the order and they ship it, they have the right to adjust the prices from the cost of materials when they had to buy it to make our order. But More Construction did add in, as Steve said, I believe it's about 10% contingency factor to cover those costs.
Okay.
I would also add, there are a couple of other things, like this issuance includes $2 million for Donjas Bay roadway improvements, and the design for that hasn't been approved. So in that, when we put the numbers together, I'm assuming that there is a design that does not include signalization at the intersection or a roundabout installed. There would be a twiddle lane that would be added on Donjas Bay, and then some turn lanes added at the intersection of Donjas Bay and Wazaki, and that's what the $2 million would cover. So that would be another area where if that decision will be made next year, and if next year the village board is looking at this and says, no, we really think signalization is necessary, then this amount wouldn't cover it. So there are some other items like that that are in here that could possibly, increase the cost.
But those are distinctly changes to the project. So
Yeah.
if we choose to change the project, that's a whole different story. So the last couple of projects I've been working on, currently the contractors that I'm working with are seeing more of a stabilization in the industry. They're not seeing the steep uptick in costs, so they are getting more comfortable with holding prices. So just to pass that along to everybody, when you make a decision on this, the economic issues that we've encountered over the past 2 years with skyrocketing increased costs seem to be leveling out. That means anything to anybody. So.
Further discussion? No further discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Hudson?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller?
No, say no.
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
Trustee Peeper?
Nay.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next item under new business is item F, Resolution 30-2022, initial resolution authorizing general obligation bonds in an amount not to exceed $3,850,000 for TID number 9 project costs.
Motion to approve new business F, Resolution 33-2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. No discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Hudson?
Yeah.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller? Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
Trustee Peeper?
Nay.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next item is item G, Resolution 34-2022, resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed $44,630,000, which in that number will now be adjusted, general obligation corporate purpose bonds series 2022E. And that new number then is
$44,425,000.
$425,000.
Motion to approve new business G, Resolution 34-2022.
For a total cost of $44,425,000.
Whatever was stated.
All right, motion made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Trustee Ball.
Is that the scenario we have on the screen now? That's what we're
Minus the library.
minus the library. So you take out the 202. And that is borrowing for the two items. It is not using general finance money to buy this down. Am I correct in understanding that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion. Roll call vote.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Baum?
Aye.
Trustee Hudson?
Yeah.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Nay.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
Trustee Peeper?
Nay.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Next item under new business is item H, Village Internet and Firewall Contracts with Spectrum, Ethoplex, and Forfinet in an amount not to exceed $64,513.
Motion to
Careful.
approve new business H.
What'd you catch? Oh,
Ah.
that'll happen at these meetings.
No marathon tomorrow, right?
I think after a certain hour, you go to flats. Seems to be a rule.
Good night, Phil.
Are you okay? All right, good. Thank you. She won't- I don't think Aaron will be in tomorrow. Or in on crutches. Trustee Myers, did you put forth a motion to approve?
I did.
Did we have a second?
I believe there was.
Motion made and seconded. To give us a little bit more information and background, we'll turn the meeting over to Aaron to fill us in. Aaron.
Thank you. So this is to update our internet services. In the beginning of the year, Capital Data did a lot of gathering of information to let us know where we are and some areas that we need to improve on. And one of those places is redundancy within our internet services. Right now, some places are getting more than others, some places are not getting as much as they need. And so our services are up with Spectrum at the end of the year. And so we did a study we researched and tried to find a way to make it so that we can get the redundant services that we need for a reasonable cost. So the paper that I just handed out was our internet service, so two of the things that are within this is our internet services going with 2 3-year contracts, one with Ethoplex and one with Spectrum. And some places would have internet services, would have Ethoplex as primary, and others would have Spectrum as primary. But this would be a 3-year contract. Within the 3 years, we'd be saving almost $12,000. So this would be a money-saving venture to go upon. But with this, with doing this, we would also need to purchase new firewalls that would then speak to each other and change the services when needed. So if something went down on Spectrum's end or Ethoplex's end, then it would revert the services to the other, so we wouldn't lose all of our internet services at the same, or any internet services. The firewall portion would come out of ARPA, but then the internet services would come out of our annual budget where they normally lie. So.
Okay. Further discussion, Trustee Pieper.
Oh, I have a lot to say about this. First off, a couple questions. What are the firewalls that are currently being replaced?
So we went over those during GGF when Capital Data was here. They showed the different.
But I didn't hear any of the manufacturers or how old they were.
So most of them are from 2018. The 2 newest ones are Cisco's, but they're not they're 2 different qualities of Cisco's that don't communicate with each other, and neither of them do the same services as this Fortinet firewalls that are being referred to us by Capital Data.
Which firewalls are going to be used for the high availability? Which ones are going to be are suggested for redundancy, and which ones are the main?
So the redundancy comes from the internet services. So
No, redundancy also comes from firewalls. So that's why I'm guessing there's 2 firewalls in some places, because one is being used for redundancy and the other is going to be the main firewall. I really was hoping Capital Data was going to be here because I had a lot of questions about this. 50 hours for installing 2 firewalls? 50 hours?
It's more than 2.
No, just for, it's only 2. The first one is only 2. And that averages out to be 50 hours because they pulled their contract, and looks like their additional project labor is 180 per hour. So I'd put them at about 50 hours to put those in. So we deploy firewalls every day. Every day. I personally am the one quoting these firewalls. We sell Fortinet, we sell SonicWall, we sell, I mean, only those 2 actually, because we wouldn't even consider selling anything less than that to our customers. But never once have we ever quoted 50 hours to install 2 firewalls. I know there's a bunch on there, but they have the labor broken down per place. So the 2 for the police department, $9,000 in labor. So I'm privy to pricing, reseller pricing for firewalls. So I actually, today at work, I looked it up to see how much these firewalls are. They must have done a deal registration, which I give them props for that. But the FortiGate 100F, that firewall, you can get the absolute comparable firewall through SonicWall for a fraction of the cost with the 5-year support and licensing. We've never sold a firewall that was $12,000 because it's ridiculous. FortiGate is a Fortinet product and they are extremely overpriced, which is why we really don't sell them much. And I don't think the village understands that it's coming with 5 years of support and licensing, but at the end of those 5 years, you're either going to need to renew that support and licensing on an annual basis, but more than likely, you're going to need to replace all of these again in 5 years. This is again an oversight with budgeting on this board. Because they're going to be end of life and we're going to be in the same spot and we're not going to have ARPA funds to use. And if we're going to be financially conservative, I think we should start now and not spend this much money, which the labor is just extraordinary. I can't even get over this. I showed it to my engineers and they were like, what on earth? 50 hours for 2 firewalls?
I'm sure there's some padding in there in case certain things have happened, since many of our projects have not gone according to what is normal for a typical project.
Well, we generally, for 2 firewalls, quote about 2,000, maybe 2,600 on the high end. So you can see where that's comparable. $9,000 to 26 on the high end. And our beefiest we sell some beefy firewalls. Maybe $5,000 for a super beefy one. And then if you're using another one for redundancy, we get a high availability unit. And that one is cheaper than the initial one. I completely understand the need for redundancy and it is absolutely needed by far. Yes. But what they're quoting is absolutely ridiculous.
What are you suggesting?
Going elsewhere. We don't have to go through them for this. And to tell you the truth, I don't really have much faith in Capital Data at all. And whenever we can go elsewhere for projects, I would highly recommend it.
Now, what is,
Because they've shown to be very irresponsible with our backups.
what is the timing of the firewalls with other projects that are ongoing currently? Does it coincide with?
Well,
with
the
the
most
timing of
important
projects?
the most important thing right now is to get these contracts on for increasing some of our spectrum, rearranging our spectrum and Ethoplex. However, I mean, they do run alongside, you know, we do need to get that decided sooner than later so that we can make it so that we are getting those redundancies in internet service.
And I understand that as well. And I do see the need to upgrade our service with Spectrum. Absolutely needed, 100%. Not much we can do on that price. I fully support that. With the Ethoplex, less reliable. And I don't know why we weren't given a alternative solution like Cradlepoint serves the same exact function for redundancy. If Spectrum's cable goes out, they actually use cellular service. The little unit kicks in and takes over until the main internet service comes back, and it's a much cheaper option. Again, I wish Capital Data was here. I don't know why they're not, because they knew it was coming to the village board. And I have lots of other questions for them. Honestly, guys, Something could have infiltrated our environment and it could still be there. And that's how the data got corrupted, because data doesn't just get corrupted from having disk space run out. I understand the data stops getting backed up, but that doesn't encrypt data. They had many failures. I think we need to look for a new IT company to
That's
tell you
not
the
part
truth.
of this agenda item.
I understand, but that's where I'm going with it too.
Further discussion, trustee Rick Miller.
So, I didn't know this, but Ethoplex uses our tower over at the fire department. That is why they were somewhat chosen for a backup. They use our services, so in turn, we can get a discount on their services. That's what, fire chief had talked about today. So that's why they were decided as the backup. Capital Data was just recommending though, right, on the internet stuff. So that's not any part of theirs. If we want to get a second bid, I'm fine with a second bid or a third bid on the
Firewall?
firewalls.
Oh, yeah. I mean, can the village buy it? Like, not buy it, but can I get it at cost and give it to the village?
No. Let's talk in regards to this new business item and how if you want to split it so that we're only talking about internet service and you want to remove the firewall costs at this time for additional bids, and then if you want to drive that back to GGF for that decision.
Yeah, fine. I'll make a motion. I mean, I'm not,
Now, or you have a motion, you need to make a motion to
I'll
amend.
make a motion to amend the original motion, and I would, I'm not thrilled about it, but fine, I'll keep Ethoplex on it. I'd like to remove the firewall portion from the original motion and just keep it as the internet services.
And with that, you were looking for additional bids?
Yes,
And coming back through GGF?
yes,
That is your motion to amend.
correct.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion.
Thank you for your help, President Walter.
You're welcome.
How long does that, how long out are we for the Spectrum fiber? Usually that's 60, 90 days out, right?
At least.
It probably will be
Got some
like the
time, is
middle
what I'm
of,
saying.
middle of
Although they
December.
did say about 12 weeks for the firewalls.
And if I can just, interject here, and point out, after we did have a failure of a server that we were just a few weeks away from replacing, there are issues with these firewalls. And every day that they're in place, there is risk that there is infiltration. They're not adequate. And, we're happy as staff to go back and we can go through an RFP process and look for alternate proposals. But I think it's important that the village board is aware of that, there is risk with delaying it.
I understand that there's risk, but again, I'd like to point out that that is a huge failure on Capital Data's performance. They have failed in giving us a list of priorities of what should be replaced and when. They failed at not putting new servers in immediately. I understand it goes through a process, but they should have come in and immediately saw this and said, you have immediate needs that need to be addressed right away. We have customers just like this village, and we make them sign a release of liability for us because they have old equipment and we cannot guarantee proper service until they get it replaced.
They did give us a list early on and we created our projects based on the list they gave us. So we do have a very documented, and if you review the meeting, the GGF meeting, they went through all of that and it's in the packet where they go through all the documentation of how old everything is. So they did go through that.
They give you a prioritized list of immediate dangers that need to be addressed ASAP.
Yes, and we went through how
For
to,
not replacing the servers immediately, and it's our fault for not getting on this. And just so you know, switches right now are so hard to get a hold of. If we order a switch, we got to plan for like a year for it to come in, at least a year. And the cost is just going up and up and up. And if we have switches that are 4 years past the end of life, if one of those fails, that's gonna be detrimental. If we don't order those switches right now, if we order them now, we can maybe plan to have them in a year from now. Doesn't mean we have to pay for them right now, but we need to get going on it. There's some huge problems here, guys.
Let's talk about the motion to amend.
Okay, sorry.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can we read this back, please?
Motion to amend?
Yeah.
Deanna?
I have amendment motion by trustee Pieper, second by trustee Baum, to amend and remove the firewall portion and look for additional bids for the firewall and send back to general government and finance.
Thank you.
For any further discussion on that motion to amend? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Back to the motion as amended. Now just dealing with the internet service. Further discussion? Trustee Jan Miller.
I would like to know what the actual annual budget is for IT.
Not enough.
We can go over that on
sorry, I don't have
Wednesday.
that right in front of me.
Is it on the list on Wednesday?
The budget manager is looking that up. It was at the first committee of the whole meeting. We went through the data processing budget.
Thank you.
Does it currently include capital data?
Yes.
Yes.
And does it include, well, we have 5 years, but firewalls should be on the list, plus the switch,
Plus servers.
plus servers.
And it's multiple switches. I don't know how many we have here,
There-
but there's got to be.
So we have that in the capital planning portion. I believe Matthew put $90,000 there.
Further discussion on the motion to amend. We do have with us via WebEx the chief of the fire department. I think you'd like to add something to this discussion. Chief?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the Ethoplex internet service provider. We switched to them recently for the fire department, and I had some reserves myself about going with them, but after doing some research on what they actually provide and how they provide it, it was put my mind at ease. They actually purchased from 4 other main internet service providers: Spectrum, AT&T, CenturyLink, and the 4th one, I don't remember what their name was, but they are a cellular service. So if one or all of their, or if one of their systems goes down, they do fail over to another one all the way back to cellular. In addition to that, they do support other major industries right within Germantown and for the state as a whole. They do provide service to the Department of Transportation to their bigger customers. Like when they were doing the Zoo Interchange project, they took down the internet system in that area, and they were the ones who provided it to all the customers in that area. So it's more robust than you would think it actually is, and we've had nothing but good service from them and immediate when we needed it.
Thank you for that, Chief.
Thank you, John. I appreciate all that. That does make me feel a lot better about going with Ethoplex then.
No problem.
Provide the internet service to the Fireman's Park Pavilion.
And we'll be providing more free internet service to more of our parks as well.
Further discussion on the motion as amended. No further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Myers?
Aye.
Trustee Rick Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Baum? Trustee Hudson?
Aye.
Trustee Jan Miller?
Aye.
Trustee Nightrider?
Aye.
Trustee Pieper?
Aye.
President Walter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Next item under new business is item item I, report on data reentry and 2021 audit update. And I guess we're going to turn the meeting over to the village administrator.
Yeah, we will be, the village clerk treasurer and I will be kind of tag teaming this presentation. So I don't know where the clicker went, but so we've had, as I think the board is well aware from previous discussions, a lot of challenges to completing the 2021 close. And I just tried to summarize this all in one place here. Starting out, we had a late finish to the 2020 audit, and that contributed to a backlog of 2021 entries. So we started out behind and trying to catch up. We've had ongoing problems with the MSI financial software, both in terms of just some of the regular things with the usability of it. It's an old system. I think, again, everyone is well aware of that. And it creates a lot of navigational challenges. It's time consuming to make entries. It also is at times unstable and not available for access when we need it. And that's created some challenges as well. There are quite a few within MSI complex manual processes that have to be completed in order to complete the close. And the best example of that are what we refer to as interfund transfers. And what those are not transactions, not paying bills or receiving revenues or payroll, but instead it's allocating funds allocating money between funds. So the best example I can think of that is our Employee Health Benefits Fund, which, if you recall from the last committee of the whole meeting, we went through the budget for that. Those costs have to be allocated out to each one of the other funds, the general fund, the sewer utility fund, the water fund. And that is a manual process that has to be completed first on a spreadsheet to make sure it balances, and then entries input into MSI system, which again is time consuming and difficult. There have also been a number of staffing issues within the clerk treasurer's department. Two of the deputy clerk treasurer positions left during 2022. And the utility billing clerk had an extended medical leave in late summer. We did hire and the village board approved a contract with CLA for a temporary accountant. He was a retired individual who had been an accountant with another municipality for quite a while. He did a great deal to help us, but then as people who are retired and working on temporary contracts sometimes do, decided that he was no longer interested and wanted to take an extended vacation. So he left as well. There have also been some out of the ordinary project workload items that have been out there. The Tyler Munis implementation, which takes a great deal of staff time in terms of converting data from the old system, training on the new system, configuring the new system, is a lot of additional workload. And another major project which was completed this year was the meter replacement project, where we replaced several thousand of the water meters, and that drew upon staff time as well.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. So just continuing on, and before I do want to say thank you to staff that worked so hard through all this. And we'll get into that, but we've been proceeding with the implementation of Tyler Munis to replace MSI, with utility billing going live in January, much needed. Thank you, Matthew, for all your hard work towards that, and Crystal as well. And financials going live mid 2023, and HR and payroll going live end of 2023. One of the deputy clerk treasurer positions was changed to an accountant one, and filled by an individual with a bachelor's and master's in accounting. I said to Administrator Kreklow, I felt as though I have a very good pitcher on the team right now, or a very good quarterback on the team right now. So just very happy about that. And then the second vacant deputy clerk treasurer position was filled as well, with someone with a lot of experience with elections, which we really need right now. So that's been wonderful to have both of them on the team as well. The meter replacement was completed, and then re-entered into MSI after it was completed. And working with CLA to acquire an additional accounting assistance. The rest of the story on that is she was supposed to come in last week and then emailed me that she wasn't coming in. So I'm working to get her to come in again this week. So you hear of staffing shortages everywhere. I'm going through that as well, just so you're aware.
Are we stuck with Clifton Larson Allen, or can you go to Withley or something?
I've actually looked into that. I've talked to a number of colleagues from other communities. Actually, my wife is going through an RFP process right now where she works to try to get some accounting assistance, and it is a challenge to find anyone.
Scott, you got any spare time? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Hey, though.
We need you to plant a tree too.
On your way in.
I'm just kidding. Apple trees everywhere.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Do you want me to move on to the next slide?
Questions?
So I was going to turn a little bit more to talk about the impacts of the server crash and the data loss. So it was on September 24th that one of the virtual servers in Village Hall failed. And the backup files from that server were corrupted back to July 30th. The files lost included the MSI entries, financial and budget spreadsheets, as well as a number of other reports and backup documents. Should point out that there was a lot that we were fortunate wasn't lost. We did complete the conversion of the email system up to the cloud earlier this year. Otherwise, that system had previously been on the server that crashed. We have different systems that included all the engineering documents, all of the documents that we have related to plans that are submitted, et cetera, were not lost. So it was focused particularly in MSI and financial information, the treasurer, clerk's office, the administrator's office, those documents. So especially related to MSI, all of the entries from July 30th through September 26th have to be re-entered into the system. And those reentries are largely coming from files and reports that were posted on village websites that we were able to access or attach to emails, or in some cases recreated from scratch. I think there's a question.
I'm sorry, Trustee Hudson.
So I get it that the server failed on September 24th. That happens. What I'm having a little bit of trouble with is the gap between the server fail and the last successful backup. So, and I don't know a ton about computers, but when you run a backup, there's a piece of software that usually tells you whether the backup was successful or not. So how do we have, were we not looking at the software? Why do we have this gap? What's up with this?
Well, and that is an issue. It was addressed to Capital Data when they were here at GGF. And another way to look at that is they should have been testing the backup, and they did not test the backup.
So I'm going to ask the question in a different way. So do we pay them to watch this?
Yes.
Yes.
No? Okay, so have we asked them this question?
I'm sorry, what question?
Why it wasn't?
Why is the last decent backup 54 days before the failure? It should be 1 day before the failure.
Yes, you're correct.
So did we ask them that question?
They did not test the backup. They acknowledged that they did not test the backup.
So for 54 days, they just let it go.
That's correct.
Did they have anything else to say about that or no?
No, not really.
I, I know, Jolene, I know, just, so, I mean, literally, I'm not hammering on you. I'm really not. Did they just say, oops, we forgot to look at the screen? Or what's the deal here?
At some point, that would be an item that I would put on the village board agenda for discussion. I think at this point, and I have had conversations with the village attorney, and it's something we're looking at. But I think at this point, the focus is getting the systems up and running and getting things fixed.
Did they offer to pay for the extra labor and effort that our employees, I mean,
I would suggest that that would be an item that we would want to put on a future village board agenda.
Probably
just looking for a yes or no answer?
See where he's going on that?
Okay.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Nope, not anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
And it's been said, but just to bring up that the Park and Rec server was not affected. The T Drive server was not lost. Emails, as discussed, were not lost. The website information is still out there. But another important piece is that we were able to continue through issuing absentee ballots. So it has not affected our election. So that's an important piece to note, as that is kept on the state site. And we get that. Another question. President Walter.
Trustee Jan Miller.
So I believe you said that part of the financial documentation was lost.
Yes.
Can you speak to that? Like what?
The entries that were made between July 30th and September 26th.
Any and all.
But what type? Because some of the data, some was re-entered.
Yeah, everything, payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable.
So if I could just go ahead with the.
But I
next
thought there
slide.
was some that was completely lost.
Everything between July 30th and September 26th was completely lost.
That's why.
You have paper records you're doing this off of?
Yes.
So just to go on, you are correct. Payroll, the last 5 payrolls had to be re-entered, and that allowed payroll processing to continue. So again, thank you to staff for all their hard work to get us through that. Accounts payable, re-entry of all August and September accounts payable had to be re-entered, and weekly processing has resumed. Utility billing, all of the new meters that had been entered had to be re-entered. And other updates had to be re-entered. And then the bills were able to be sent to the mailing house just last week. Utility receipts for payments had to be re-entered and completed. Accounts receivable, approximately 40% complete, and entry is ongoing. So these accounts receivable for invoices that we have sent to residents for other items. General ledger, significant entries were lost. And to give you an idea, when I make an entry, or any of us do, we save our entry as a PDF on the drive that's the same drive where everything was lost. So it's starting from scratch for those entries. And budget 2023, the recommended budget that had to be recreated. So Matthew entered that not once, but twice. And so that is why some of the 2022 year-to-date actual numbers were to be updated again. So a lot of hard work put in by staff to get us where we're at.
I would just say, even for the data loss, if getting through all these issues were a matter of effort, we would be well past complete. I can't say enough about the village clerk treasurer's level of effort in trying to fix these things, and her staff as well. So it has been unfortunate, but the effort is definitely there.
Trustee Myers?
Steve or Deanna, how far are we actually through percentage-wise as far as getting back to where we were, 60%, 80, or whatever?
It depends on exactly which area you're talking about. So payroll, 100%. That is 100% up year to date. Accounts payable, we're back onto our weekly schedule. Utility billing, everything was re-entered. However, we do have discovery moments of items that were entered during that time. For instance, if somebody moved, we put a note in the system and we have it typed in and that is gone. So some of those types of things we don't know yet until we get there. Receipts. We want to say we're as much through that as we can be, but we do discover items that have to be re-entered. So this is a very long process. Accounts receivable, probably at 40% complete. So
Thank you, Deanna.
you're welcome.
Trustee Jan Miller?
What was my comment here? Oh, I did request, and I have made requests to Administrator Kreklow, when we have, as a village, an event or a major supplier that has issues or wants to update, wants to sell something, I don't care what it is. Presenting at GGF is great, but there are others on the board that they were just in today, Capital Data I'm referring to, and they're not here now. We could be directing some of these questions directly to them and getting down to the basics. And I think that's really important, and I think you should consider that when booking these people, because we have questions.
Trustee Pieper? Would you like to raise your hand? and make
They
a
were
comment?
not, they were not on the agenda.
That's correct. That's a correct statement.
It has to be on the agenda.
Correct.
Be on the agenda, you have to be invited.
Trustee Pieper, would you like to make a comment?
Sure, their bid was on the agenda. They're literally on the agenda. They're asking us to spend 65 grand in firewalls. They're on the agenda.
But not for the issues that are, that would have been directed towards them in regards to
No,
failures
but it doesn't
within their
seem clear.
contract.
I agree with you.
I know it's going to be on the agenda on a different village board meeting, so I'm not going to say anything
it will.
further.
Thank you.
I'm just asking that consideration be made to issues like this. I think it's important that we all hear it.
Noted. Thank you. Now we're into the audit update.
Yeah, this piece of it is obviously related to the year-end close and some other areas of questions about where we are with the audit and how this will affect the audit. The clerk treasurer and I met with the auditors on October 3rd and talked to them about the situation, the status of where we are, and also talked about the specifically the items that need to be completed in order for them to proceed with the audit. I guess in addition to what we've already talked about with the need to recreate all of the entries during that gap period, we also need to re-enter the reconciling entries that were identified by the previous CLA accountant. Those were mostly those interfund transfers that were the final step that was needed to close 2021. We set a goal in talking internally and talking with the auditor of trying to complete the data restoration, the reconciliation, and be able to run a valid trial balance by the week of Thanksgiving. And we think that that's doable, providing there aren't any other major incidents that occur along the line here. If we're able to accomplish that, Baker Tilly is setting aside some time in early December to schedule their field work, where they are coming in and reviewing the data and going through that process. That would put them on track for completing the final annual comprehensive financial report in January of 2023. And also just note as this, there have been some questions have been raised. All reports that are required by the state, by the Public Service Commission, rating agencies, et cetera, all of those have been completed and submitted by the deadlines that were required.
Trustee Myers?
Steve, two questions. Is this going to cause any extra money from the accountants doing the checking on this, on our report? And if so, how much?
It affects the timing. It does not affect the cost of the audit for 2021.
Whatever we had, they just weren't able to get started because we weren't ready for that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Jan Miller?
So the audit that we're talking about in this slide is 2021, correct?
Correct.
So how are we going to get the actual numbers? Did we lose any data from 2021 or just the data from 2022?
What we lost were those reconciling entries. And actually, if I can transition to the next slide, this explains it a little bit further when we talk about the 2021 year-end surplus. So none of the data related to expense and revenue transactions that were entered into MSI were lost. Those are all in the system and accounted for. What is the holdup and what we're continuing to work on is the interfund transfers and allocations. And that was the item that we had an accountant from CLA working on. And he developed and this is typically, especially with older systems, the typical process that accountants will use is they'll do everything on a spreadsheet first. And they'll make sure it balances on a spreadsheet first. So they'll identify all the transfers in and transfers out from each one of the different funds, all of the adjusting entries that have to be made. They'll put it on a spreadsheet and make sure that it balances. And the reason for that is these old systems are really difficult to navigate through. There are multiple screens you have to go through. So they want to make sure it balances before they start making those entries. Now, our plan had been that the same CLA accountant would stay through the end of the year and finish up those entries. That was, the village board approved a contract extension with CLA. But he withdrew and for whatever reasons, and is not available to do that. So Deanna had been working on those entries during that period of lost data. So that's the data that we lost that has to be re-entered. But we've looked at that as being a lower priority than making sure we're able to run payroll, making sure utility bills are going out, making sure that we're able to pay vendors, making sure that we're able to give people correct account balances when they call in on their water utility, all of those things. That's the focus that staff has spent time on since we lost that data in the crash. We haven't had time to go back to this yet. This would be later on in the process. The reason we're able to tell you what the projected surplus is, and I do qualify by saying it's unaudited, is that we have the information from the spreadsheet that our CLA accountant did develop. And it is balanced. It's been seen by the auditors. They've reviewed it. They don't comment, they don't give opinions on spreadsheets that are put together. They only give opinions on information that is run through the financial system, but they have reviewed it, and their indication is to us, when we enter this into MSI, they expect that we will have a balanced trial balance sheet. So there is a fairly high level of confidence in those numbers. that will take some time. We do believe that it'll be able to be completed by November 23rd. As far as how much weight the board is wants to take on that, we're reporting to you the best information that we have. I think we're being as transparent as we possibly can be on how valid that information is or what any concerns might be. But that is the information that we have and that we can pass on to you and, for your decision-making purposes.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Well, throughout the, can you go back to that slide?
Sure.
Thanks. Throughout the committee of the whole meetings, as we go down the budget, there have been entries that are through the first quarter, entries year to date that might be through the end of June. They might be through the end of September, and it's not identified. So I am not an accountant, but I find the budget that we have that we're working with, it's very, it's not complete. It's not accurate. How could it be accurate if it doesn't give all the year to dates in every column? I mean, I'm just being honest. And I don't have confidence of the year-end surplus because we're going through the budget process with kind of incomplete numbers. Now, I understand that we've had an error. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a huge error. So we're going back and we're recreating a lot of things, and it's going to take a lot of time. But I don't have, this would be like spending lottery, to me, this would be like spending, the 2021 year-end surplus would be like spending lottery money that I haven't even bought a lottery ticket to. I don't want to take a chance of something that's not that's not completely audited. We have a lot going on. We're spending a lot of money, and I don't think my financial advisor would advise me to spend the money. That's what I would say. I want to give Deanna and her team and staff kudos for getting through this. I can't even imagine losing all that data and trying to recreate it. I mean, I give you guys a lot of credit for getting all this done. But I don't think we're through it all. And we have elections coming up, and I know she has to, your team is focusing on that. We're right on the cusp of that. So those are my comments. I'm just, it's very, I'm uncomfortable making monetary decisions when we have partial information.
Let's clarify that a little bit because you're clouding a lot of issues together. First and foremost, any surplus that is designated or recognized has not been identified for any use or expenditures at this time, simply because we haven't been brought forward a number, nor have we designated any of the items to say that this will be covered by surplus. Let's also clarify the point that data lost is data that was entered, not meaning that it was lost and gone. It just needed to go back to its entry point of wherever it was, whether it's a list of receipts, an entry in a log, or some sort of reconciliation form that then needs to be put back in the system. So it's more of a re-entry loss than it is it's gone forever and it can't be rebuilt. It will be rebuilt. In regards to the budget that we are looking at is for 2023. We're talking about reconciliation of 2021. Year to date is usually used as a comparison to what you're forecasting for your next budget to make sure that your projections of increase are proper or warranted or not, based on your track of what you have. You have it previous up to 2021, so you can kind of get a track record, but you're really looking to make decisions on 2023 and whatever increase in the budget you want to make based against your levy and your allowance of your increase in your levy to the taxpayers. So some of that data is definitely used as a comparison, but it doesn't drive the budget on its own. The budget is projected based on numbers that come forward from each of the departments of what they want to spend versus what they know that or their expected revenues. So that budget process can still go on, and it can still have the confidence to know that as this board decides how they want that budget to break out, they can decide that they want zero budget without any levy increase, or the maximum increase that's being projected at this time, which is 2%. 2%. So while I understand your concerns, and I recognize them, it still does allow that process to occur in the sense of looking at the budget for 2023. I would love to have all the numbers, and maybe I'm based on the years and the number of budgets I've been through, I'll probably have more comfort than somebody that's going through it for the first couple times. So that I'll grant you. I remember my first couple budgets. It's like, oh my God, I'm approving how much money? So
Well-
I understand it. But let's not cloud too many issues to give the residents to say, well, we're just out there picking numbers like this and making decisions. There is clarity to it. There is a process still in place that we can make good decisions on the next year's budget.
I will clarify one thing. The reason I said year-end surplus, there was a slide from Administrator Krecklow with a complete list, or maybe it was Matt, not sure, of items that the anticipated surplus was about 1.1 million.
Suggestions of where
And
it
there
could be
were
spent.
suggestions.
Right. But we haven't
So-
made any of those decisions yet. on
Understood.
Capital, and usually we use it to whittle away at the overall capital borrowing for big equipment items. We can use some of that surplus for that, or we can offset levy by designating it to it. But I agree with you. I wouldn't make those decisions yet without knowing what that number is. And that number can also come forward as a budget amendment if once we decide that we want to use it to draw down the levy, or it can be used at the time that you go out for capital borrowing, and then you can designate at that time, which would be your February, March type of a timeframe to make that decision. But right, I don't expect us to make, nor should we, any decisions on what is a projected surplus until it has been audited and assured. I agree with you 100%.
I've done budgets before. So.
Other questions? Does that then take care of item I? Then we're into item J.
Well, our budget manager is coming up. There were some impacts, so there are some impacts of the outage on the Tyler Munis timeline. It didn't directly affect the Tyler Munis project, but because the staff who are spending time doing reentry are the same staff who need to be involved in the Tyler Munis project, it is going to have some impacts. So I asked the budget manager to kind of go through what the original timeframe was, as well as what we're looking at now.
Yes, so before you is the original Tyler Munis project implementation timeline. It's broken down into 5 phases: chart of accounts, utility billing, financials, HR, and community development. We began the chart of accounts portion right away in 2022. And that part of the project has been completed. Then in spring of 22, we began the utility billing process. We've made a lot of strides in completing that project. However, we had a few trainings scheduled for late September, early October, early November. As a result of the data lost, we simply rescheduled those trainings and parallel billings into the end of the year, beginning late November, early December, and then in January. So the utility billing portion of the project has not been affected in terms of the go live date. We plan to finish up the project around January, with the first utility billing in Tyler Munis beginning in March of 2023. So the go live for the utility billing portion of the project has not changed. On the next slide you will see that some of the timing for the financials and human resources project has changed. That did not convert quite well. We began financials back in the summer, beginning with the design and analysis portion, and then began implementing some of that in September. Given the time commitment for staff to attend trainings, typically full-day trainings, 8 hours a day, we had several trainings scheduled for October and November. I believe 11 total trainings in all, 88 hours worth of training. Instead of completing those trainings, we decided to push the financial project back until the beginning of January, given that the dedicated time for staff needed to be at completing the reentry of the data. So the original go live date for financials was the beginning of summer. Not much has changed there. We pushed it back to about the middle of August. The HR portion was scheduled to go live in the middle of summer. We simply pushed that back to the beginning of fall in 2023. And then there has been no negative impact on the community development portion of the project. Given that they're not tightly related to the other modules, we are still able to begin that portion of the project in January. You will note at the bottom I included financial impact. There's been no additional cost due to the rescheduling of these trainings and parallel billings. Tyler Munis has been great to work with. They were understanding of the predicament we were in, and given we gave them enough notice to be able to reschedule all of these trainings.
Questions? Trustee Rick Miller.
I did have a question on the subscription for Tyler Munis.
Yep.
Like, did that start in 2022?
Yes. I believe it began, I remember the invoice came in January, February, once we began working on the chart of accounts.
So over, like in public comments, over 2 years, we're paying for that subscription, right?
Correct. Correct. That the project timeline overall hasn't changed too much. We still plan on completing the project by the end of 2023. Just given the amount of data conversion and implementation configuration that needs to be done, these types of projects take that long.
And I would add, even though we're not using the system to process transactions, we're still using the system, transferring data, configuring the system. So, which is why, again, I think, my experience, and I've worked on half a dozen of these as an employee, and probably 24 of them when I was working with GFOA, at municipalities across the country. That's a pretty standard thing in the contracts, that because you need to have the software available in order to implement it, that the price of the subscription starts when the implementation starts.
One other question, we hired a company to help us with the data extraction out of MSI.
Yes.
How's that been going?
It's been going well. They've been partaking in all of our conversion meetings that happen bi-weekly, and they have attended many of the, I'm forgetting the word now, the conversion sessions that we've had, where we're mapping what it looks like in MSI to what it looks like in Munis. They've been involved in that.
Thanks.
Trustee Jan Miller.
Were you just referring to a different company other than Tyler Munis and
Yes, it was Cola Hills. No, that is separate from.
Right.
I believe back in.
They're not.
Back in spring, we worked with a consultant to help convert the data from MSI to Munis, given that we are in a Cobalt system and we need to be in a SQL system. We contracted with an outside service to help with that conversion.
What was the name of them?
Koa Hills, KOA Hills.
Okay. And what was the cost of, what is your estimated cost of the data entry?
So we didn't lose any data as it relates to Tyler Munis project. There's been no negative financial impact, mostly just scheduling changes.
Okay, but we're, Deanna's team is re-entering data.
Not into Tyler Munis. Tyler Munis is
No, I know,
cloud-based.
but she's re-entering it to MSI.
Talking about the previous topic?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's-
We have been keeping track of that separately so that if this topic would come up later, we would be able to give
Quantify it.
somewhat of
Yeah.
a number for this. So I know what it is right now, and we'll just continue to track that as needed.
And I prefer to save that number right now for a closed session in case that it's needed for negotiation for future contract with.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. Trustee Hudson.
Yeah, I want to challenge the financial impact statement just a little bit. So I understand we started paying for the license of the software when on the first install, and you pay from the first install for the entire package the entire time as you port it over. Is that not correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
So, but the loss of that data, we have to pay for those licenses that sit and do nothing for months while we make up that work, do we not?
I understand you're making a valid point that we lose some value in the subscription
I
because we're.
would say we lose substantial value, but we can argue about adjectives later.
Yeah, and that's something that we can calculate.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Dan?
No.
No other questions? So take care of everything under item J? Okay, then we can be adjourned. Before we adjourn, the next regular village board meeting will be on Monday, November 3rd at 7 PM here in the Village Hall Boardroom. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for watching, and have a good night. We are adjourned. Thank you. Yes.